Hello. It is time. All right. So I need, close that. I need to have it so I can click an ad right now. I don't have a menu. But now I want to go and make it so I can click and edit. So that's going to be kind of difficult. Well, not really. I think what I do is I click, I take an area that's like, I produce an area from that click that's like a 1 meter by 2 by 2 meter or something like that. And then if I'm in edit mode, and then from there, region should be able to, well, I guess plugin can pull this. Yeah, because plugin's already responsible for adding one of these when I click. Add instance. So now it would be also, okay. Fix my stuff here. If we are in edit instance, instance bar region, I guess it does need to be that as well. This is edit instance. The idea with the add instance is we need the instance bar to know how I can add something. Because the instance bar contains settings. The edit doesn't really have that. So, just if I don't have a region, then I actually don't want to pass. Well, actually, yeah, if I don't have a region, I pass. Otherwise, I'm going to try to get the closest region, or closest instance. And if there is no closest instance, it'll be like vertex, where we just kind of, I don't know about deselection. I'm not sure. Dog walking by. He did not notice the dog. Oh, he just did. Or not. Maybe he didn't see him. Okay. Well, we're good. Allow deselection. I don't know about deselection. I mean, I guess that's what I've been doing every time. If I don't click something, then I just pass. That feels annoying. Oh, I'll see. If there's no edited region, so I guess I don't need that. It's pretty clear. So I think essentially what I can do is I can just, I probably just tell the region, hey, do something, right? That's probably what I should do. Maybe I do edited region hic instance, and it will return right hic instance, but I give the mouse position where I've clicked. Yeah, probably just like pick instance or something. Yeah, I'll do region pick instance. should be a dictionary, right? Because I'm just going to return basically the... I don't know. I need to produce... You know what? Region knows about temporary instances, so here's what I'll do. I will have the region just create the instance. And then that child. Name. Well, I'll just do that. Actually, I'll just say edit instance. If I give one back, well, yeah. If not edit instance, then return pass. And we'll just note this, note, region handles full instance. Editing. Okay. Region. Attempts to edit closest managed instance to near. Creates and adds temporary instance child. And selects it. Returns false if no instance could be edited. Okay. So if I don't have a node, I can't do anything. I can't do anything. Then I guess also, if not is finite, also return false. Then I guess for now I'll just say return true. So what this will do is it'll be very similar to clear region. I basically will do IDs, right? So I need IDs that I can find. We'll set up instance types to manage. So we go through that. if ID's size is 0, there's nothing we can do. So return false. I guess also, if not instance node, not settings. Right? So I need to provide an area. So essentially what I'm just going to do is I'm going to take this position, I'm going to add like a meter on each side. It's a rect2, is that right? Yeah. So I will do near. And then 2 and 2. Okay. And I say indexes is an array of something. So I'll just say array. It instance indexes in this area. Okay. So then for like this. So instance data. This is effectively the region, I think, is what I'm getting. So the ID, I need to check if the ID is there, and then I go through the cells. So I have to find, and then the transform. Is the transform, because I have to clear it, so I think the transform has to be global, right? Let me double check that. Get instance data, region global offset, transform. We translate it by that. Okay, so transforms are global. Cool. So I'm just doing this. I have to find the closest index, or the closest thing that I manage. Does not have the instance ID, instance data. And then I just go through the cells. So I can have nearest nearest ID. So I basically just have to find a way to index into this so I can go in there, find the region, find the cell, and delete it. So the index is just whatever, and then the data is whatever, because the idea here is that I go in there, and I'm going to delete it as a multi-mesh, and then I'm going to recreate it as that. So I need to have the index, the ID, And then I guess I need to have nearest cell. Hey, Danilin. Thinking about that. What do you mean thinking about that? Artists add an invisible filter on their art to hurt AI. They export as JPEG, adding compression, then upload to social media, adding even more compression. That part's not true. And the image gets scraped and downscaled to train AI. They downscale it? I don't think so. The exporting as JPEG, I have no idea what that means. Adding a filter to hurt AI. They do, that's how training works. Okay, well what gets me is you wouldn't be able to produce an image any larger than your largest training input. So how can they train it to create something any larger than like whatever their smallest image is? Instance data, cell, and then I would need to know all of this. That will just be infinity. Should just be able to have that be null, I think. Bros in 2020. For image recognition, it makes sense to downscale it, because you really don't need much. But if you're making an image generation tool, it doesn't make sense to me to downscale the image. You would want your tool to be able to take in an image of any dimension. Or I say take in, I mean that as in when they generate the image, whatever. So we do that. Cell data. Two by two, 3 by 3, 4 by 4. What do you mean 2 by 2? You mean they like cut it in half? It doesn't matter. I don't really care, honestly. I really don't. I've seen the thumbnail of that video. I poisoned AI, or I poisoned my art, or something like that. I literally don't know what that means. Because if your art is even like usable, if they're taking real images, then sure. If they're producing noise, then okay. But if you're doing real images, the model is crap if you can like do some kind of pixel manipulation that is not noticeable to the person, but makes it so the training model can't properly train on the data. That makes sense. You would have to be producing gibberish, something that's not, people are not looking at. For cell and cell data. Yeah, I'm actually a little confused. Instance data. The instance ID leads to a dictionary of cells. Cell. Get the cell. I guess this is all I care about. Transform. And then, well, actually, I need to have this. So, y is less than size. I'll add 1 at the bottom so I can be sure I'm not messing that up. X forms I. And then finally the near. If okay, well, first of all, it has to be within this area. So if area enclosed has point, for X with the negative size, they have a positive size. The points on the right and bottom edges are not included. Whatever. Actually, if I just do X form X, they don't have that. Okay. If it does not have the point, continue. And then it does have the point. So I need to know if it's closer than my best option. So where's Q? There it is. X form origin near distance squared to X form origin. If the distance square is greater than or equal to nearest square distance, I don't want to continue. Otherwise, I have to write all of these. Nearest square distance, nearest index is going to be index. Nearest ID equal to instance ID. Nearest cell and nearest cell ID. Did I? Oh yeah, I. It's I. So that's the one. Now I go through all of this and I find the closest one. And then cell ID, I'm going to start this as -1. So I can very easily check, or I guess I would just compare it to infinity, probably, or index. I'll do that. If the nearest square distance is infinite, we didn't find anything. Okay. Remove instance from... I guess I can also go and save it here because this is all the information that I would have. How do I tell it what the color is? It's just supposed to be like color, right? I don't even know how I would do that. Okay, I guess I start... Well, I won't do that. Is it color? Yep. If color's size is greater than I, then nearest color will be colors. Otherwise, we're going to default to white. Okay. Remove instance from data and update first step. Second step, and add an add child. Okay. So first step is going to be going through all of this. So I need to grab... I have the index. And then I have the data. Is he going to complain about that? It probably will. Oh, I guess it won't. How does this work? New cell data. If modified. I think you have to pass everything, right? Yeah, so I do remove, and then I would have to set color back, and then I can set that. Okay. So I should just be able to say... I think this is provided to me. And I should probably... actually save this. So... I'll do that. Okay. So I have to get the... I have to go all the way down and grab the cell. So... instance data, I provide the... oh my gosh. Data... instance data will have an instance ID. Oh, set instance data. For mesh ID. Okay. So it's by ID. So I don't have to worry about that ID that I'm changing. Okay. I guess I can just do this. Nearest cell data. Or instances has cell data. Region data is data I. Cell data. If it has it, we... for each cell in the data I provide, if the region has it, we clear it. And then we set it to what I gave. So it's per cell. Okay. So if I don't have the cell, then it doesn't change anything. And then we add the transforms that I gave it. Yeah, that's fine. I'm just modifying the cell. So the cell has to contain, for the cell that I'm changing, I have to copy everything except for the one that I want to exist. Only need to provide the ones that we changed. Okay. So what I do is I take new cell data, set nearest cell to no, I think I just do this. So new cell transforms. And I guess I actually need nearest cell data should be this. No mesh data. In these roles so I can index it correctly. Okay. This should probably be mesh ID. Index, instance ID. Oh, the cell ID. Okay. I guess I can actually just do this. All transforms are actually, yeah, just new transforms will be nearest mesh data. Get X form. And then do I make this? It's just an array. Okay. And I say if well, Nuix forms remove at nearest mesh ID. Yep. Then if new colors size is greater than nearest mesh ID. In the new cell data, we are setting nearest cell ID to a dictionary. Forms, and then new colors. And then new instance data is going to be setting nearest instance ID to new cell data. And then I guess I just do instance node, set instance data, nearest index, and then new instance data. Should be all I have to do there. Okay. I'm gonna leave this as a to-do for now. So I just want to see if clicking is essentially just going to delete things. Pretty much what I want to see happen. I guess a reload scene. Okay. Populate. Sweet. And now editing should pretty much just delete things when I click them. And I missed that one, so that's fine. Yeah, okay. It's deleting them. Cool. Possibly a little annoying. Clicking is kind of inconsistent. You have to click at the center of it. I might be able to do when I say edit instances, I can like put down circles instead. No, that's probably not a good idea because then you have to be near the camera. I have to put a circle in everything, which would actually just be crazy. So I won't do that. I'll just, this is functional. So clicking deletes it, which was kind of the hardest part of this, I think. Cool. All right. So now I have to create a temporary instance. The instance name, I think, should probably be, I think I have it up here, right? Get instance name? Yeah. Get instance name of nearest instance ID. And then Isn't there like an is number? Is it mesh instance? Wait, how do we do this? I'll have to set the instance ID in the region, and then it does it by itself. Okay. Self, instance ID, region, and then name. And then I would add it at that point. And then that, and some way I have to, so when it adds it, the ready, this part should do that. So I should have the mesh instance there. Somehow I have to set the color of this. I guess I set the instance color actually. Though it doesn't actually do anything yet. So yeah, it's not used. I'll put this up here. Alright, that should be it. Oh, and then I want to select it. How do I select it? It's probably like editor interface edit node. Ah, well, cool. Edit a given node and it will be selected if it's inside the scene tree. Yeah, that's what I want to happen. Edit that node and then return. Okay. It should be live immediately, so test tree. Awesome. And then it's here. And I can do whatever I want with it. And then I would hit save, and bam, it's just part of the real thing now. And just to prove it, I can delete it from this. Awesome. Awesome. Okay. And there it is. It's real. It's squashed and thin. But that's awesome. If I set the color, does it actually... I mean, I don't expect it to do anything there, but if I set the color like this, will it... Does that already work? It does. Cool. Now I just need to figure out how to visualize that as part of the temporary instance. So when I ready mesh ID, somewhere is like setting the color. I don't really know how to do that. It's probably material. Get material. I want the override. Is it get active material? I guess so. Should be like a standard material 3D. Can I please? Okay, it should be a standard material 3D. I don't want albedo color, I just want color. Oh. Vertex color... What? Okay. How do I... set the vertex color? Maybe it's on the mesh. Maybe it's not there. Maybe it's on the mesh somehow. Hmm. Okay, how does this do it? I think it was like create or something. Create multi-mesh. Instance color. Okay, so multi-mesh instance color, what does that do? Oh, I already have it open. Meshes existing vertex colors. Hmm. Full vector 3 array? What? Yeah, that's what I thought. I guess I have to create it myself. So I take... What? Actually, how does that work? Wait, I actually don't know how that works. How does that work? Maybe I can just set albedo color. It is on the mesh. How? Oops, sorry. How can I modify the mesh's vertex color? Maybe it is something on the material? Like an instance thing? Material? Yeah, I think I can't do anything actually. I think I actually can't do anything. So problem is I'm technically given an instance. Not an These trees do not actually use material. They have a shader material. And this is shared. So I guess until I get into something that's more, something special with these shaders, I can't do anything yet. Because I think what I'd really like to have is an instance be given I'm going to save that for later. I'm going to save that for later when I actually know what I want to do with that. Because for now, I have no way I don't know how I'm going... I don't have a way to change the vertex colors live. Mesh doesn't support that. Or it looks like it doesn't support that. What's a skin? I don't know. There's no way to change the vertex things because that's like built into the mesh, right? That's built into the mesh. Those are virtual. I don't have those. Does surface get arrays do this? Surface returns the array. Oh. Typically, I think they say that this is a copy or not. So maybe I can change it. Surface get arrays. Which should be this. And I'd look at 3, or I guess array color, and modify that. Okay, let me see if I can just take this. And assign that. And I'm actually just going to duplicate this. Yeah, I think I need to do that. So that I'm not going to be modifying the mesh of other things. So then I guess I'll actually just say update mesh colors as a method. Nah, you just said it one time. Well, no, because I can change it. Yeah. Update mesh colors. So what I want to do is I think I want to save the current ones because these are going to be multiplied. That's how it says. They're multiplied with the actual vertex colors. And I don't think I'm going to use vertex colors, but I might. Because I can put a shader on it that has special stuff with the vertex colors. It would essentially take the texture and modulate it by the vertex color, including the alpha on the vertex color. So if the vertex color has like 0 for the alpha, the instance coloring will not modify that. But I could set something in the leaves, so the leaves take like 100% of that color, and they can modulate, just that shader will modulate leaf color by the instance color with 100% effectiveness. And I could still have like the branches have some impact on it, so they still like will appear different. Or the trunk or whatever. Okay. It should be a packed color array. So when I obtain the mesh, I'm going to say mesh instance mesh surface get arrays 0, and then original colors will be equal to s arrays mesh array color. Yep, and update mesh colors. Set instance ID when I change it. We'll do this. And then I have to run this again. I guess I can actually make this a function. Update instance mesh. Which will just do all of that. And then my thinking has been that when I modify this, I set it back. So I should be able to run this. I do have to write duplicate there, I think. I actually don't think I have to, but I'm going to write it anyway. And then for y is less than size, do colors I multiply equal instance color. And at the end, I'm hoping I can just write it like this. I hope I can just write that, and that will work. So I'll find out. Let's go to edit this one, and then get surface arrays on a null value. Oh. trying to assign a value of nil, line 108. Are you saying it doesn't have that? It doesn't have that. What? What do you mean? Also what? What? I'm so confused. It's not, it should be, it says it right there. Oh. No, because the array is supposed to be the full size. So if it doesn't have it, then it will be null. Okay. So I say if I guess I can just do this. Maybe it doesn't work that way. I'm thinking because of that, it may not work that way. So is there a way I can change that? Because if I can't, then I can't. It's probably, let me go look at the code. I'm thinking now it's probably just going to be a copy. Right, which one is it then? I have to find the correct bind methods. Here we go. Surface get arrays, mesh surface get arrays, which is what I thought it was. Why is it a virtual? What? One sec. What is this type? Because it's clearly returned something. Which means this has to be overridden by somebody. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna print this. I'm gonna assume I can't. I mean, I probably just give up on it actually, just because of that. Just because that happened. What is this? Are those normals? What is that? All right. Does this work? Hmm. All right, yeah. So I'm gonna need some kind of custom shader to do this, and probably eventually do some kind of like special compiling. Let me see what multi-mesh gives me. I can do with multi-mesh. So you get instance color. You technically have custom data, which is just a color. The custom instance data has to be manual access in your custom shader using instance custom, which essentially I can put whatever I want there. That's packed into 16 bits in the compatibility. Okay, so I guess not. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Hey, Dylan. Why does... That's really unfortunate that custom color does that and they pack it. Or they would change it. Because I would say, alright, well, I get 32 times 4. I get 128 bits that I can work with. And I can put whatever I want in there. I can make something like a... Literally whatever I want. Any bits that I want. And the shader can use them however it wants. But because apparently compatibility, and I'm not entirely sure if compatibility is something that's like can be changed when you run it, or if that's some mode that I want to take advantage of in the future, then I need to come back. I would have to come back here and figure out how to do this. Change the bit stuff. So I guess what I would really do is probably have like... just assume that I have to access it as a floating point and assume that I only have 16 bits of precision. So I'd have to do something special there. Or perhaps the shader would use colors based on a very large noise map. And it would just it would only have to do vertex color manipulation. Instead of doing fragment, because that would get probably insane. That could be cool. Alright, I'll figure it out later. This doesn't work. I'm sure that it's actually doing something. It just doesn't work. Well, I need to leave this, so I'm just going to write pass and write to do. figure out how to do this. Still don't know how. That can just go away. Yeah, okay. That all just goes away. All right, but now my question is, if I click this and I change the ID, oh, there's the bush. Let's make it blue. Which I think, since it's normally colored green, is probably going to do nothing. Like turn black. Oh, or it doesn't do anything because I think that shader just doesn't work. Okay. Why did it move, though? Why did it move? I don't like that that moved. It's moving up. Why does it move up? That's like a really big problem. That one doesn't move up. Why does this one move up? Oh, it's got to do with like the height thing. Okay. I know what that is. There's this dumb height offset thing that happens. I mean, I guess I just turn that off, actually. I just straight up have to turn that off. Yeah, that's what's happening there. But now if I click here and then do this, it should... Yep, still a test bush. The instance color doesn't even work. Just make it white. And now it doesn't move up. Okay, cool. All right. I guess I can just do these. Yes. Yes. And then they're gone. I'm just gonna see if this works. Do they come back? They did not come back. Okay, good. All right. I think that's that then. That is the edit tool. The add tool is still not complete yet. I should really make that work. Okay, that's what I'm gonna do. I am going to... What will I do? Will I eat and then make it work, or make it work and then eat? I feel kind of hungry now, so I'm going to send this, get food, come back, and then eat, and then make that happen. Yeah, because that's going to take me a while. Because it needs to have the mesh selection, very similar to how Terrain 3D actually does it. Though it's currently broken. Like this. I'll have the images, the thumbnails. And then I'd be able to select it, and then like on this side, and it won't be like this. It'll just be the meshes and like a scroll window on this half, and then on this half you would have, and there'd be a divider in the middle you can scrub back and forth. And on this half it would be the setting. So you could pick that setting. Yeah, I think for now I'll just have it so you can pick the setting, because then being allowed to modify the setting is probably a bit crazy. That would take so much, because I would have to like duplicate all of this. Actually, if I remember correctly, I might be able to just... I think if I remember correctly, I think Godot has a way to just request this whole UI. And that would modify, I'd give it the resource, and it would just give me the UI to edit that resource. So I could have a selection box, and then underneath that selection is a duplicate of the settings, and you can change the settings there. And probably preferably, I'd be able to click the reset on this. If I were to change it, I would be able to click reset and it would go back to the one that was duplicated from. But I feel like there's not really a way to do that. Maybe. I'll look at it. Okay. Send this. Get food. Edit instance. Does a ridiculous amount of stuff. It does like 2 things. But it takes a lot of code to do it. I have to keep track of so many things. Instance color. If we're in the tree, update mesh colors, which doesn't do anything right now. We're gonna do this, yeah. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm probably gonna have the colors. Instances can have custom data. So I think what I'll do is I'll actually allow it to provide custom data. So I'll be able to place an instance and have something, or not, or I'll just leave it with the colors and figure out vertex colors in the mesh or something in the model. That's probably the way to go, right? Because really I'm just taking in a color and then I'm doing something with that. Yeah. Okay. I'll figure it out when I get there. Edit instance. Very simple. I deleted that. Nothing should have changed there. Yep. And then those. I'll just leave. Seems like everything is actually just going in. Cool. Why did those modify? They shouldn't have. There's no reason they should have modified. What's up with that? Why are they modifying? How are they modifying? Oh, I think because I had custom data before as storage. That's why. I was dumb. That change, I think, is to remove the fact that custom data is not there anymore. Okay, so I'll send that. This should be added. Okay. I'm pretty sure that's what that is. All right. Add instance editing. Terrain instance editing. Can now pick managed, which it is supposed to be managed instances for the region you have selected. So you could have other things part of that within the area that you're picking that are not managed. Oh, you know what? I did just think of this, which is weird. And maybe this is why custom instances should be there. Nah, I won't do that. I won't do that. Something weird that you can do is I can actually paint something out there, and any of these regions can now technically accept this as being part of it. Right. Region, I don't think region 2 would work. Region 3 should work. Yeah. So maybe a bit weird. Did that modify? I just clicked it. Did something happen? Oh, like the colors are changing. The shading is being weird. Oh, because it has a custom color. It's probably really dark. That's pretty dark. That's really dark. So when it saves, it gets dark. Because the instance thing doesn't quite work yet. Okay, well, whatever. I don't think there's any way for me to stop that, because I also want regions to be able to click an instance to edit it and move it outside of the region. Otherwise, I have to do hit tests as well. I have to say, all right, well, is the point inside of our region? But I think that would just be dumb. Because if I click and I drag it out, I'm like, oh, I don't quite like where that was, but I already hit save. I would have to add an instance and then inside the region that I want to edit, click the region and then drag it back out and try it again. That'd just be dumb. So manage instances. And manipulate them. Changing transforms and colors. Need some material tricks to make the instance colors work. Please. Right. I'm gonna go get food. I will be back in a few minutes. Where's Blair? Actually, where is Zombie? Oh, he's really high up. Okay. I'll be back. I'm back. Cool. Okay. What's this guy T-posing? I've got food. I'm going to eat. Okay, I'm back. Oh, there's the moon. Man. But there was like really crazy banding on it for a second and now it's gone. It like kind of hides itself when I'm... What? When I do this, I can see the banding really well. And now it's gone again. Is it just the auto exposure doing that? Well, pausing really allows me to see it. Cool. I should turn that off. Okay. Okay. The add instance thing. This. Alright. I think I probably... I shouldn't need that. I shouldn't need docs anymore, actually. Yep, cool. So the instance bar is going to have two sections. It is an HBox container. So what I want to do is I want to go ahead and I want to have a I need two scroll containers split by a splitter. Let me go here. This should be on. Do I have this open twice? I kind of have two of these open. One of them is mine. I'll just use this one. Do I link to my own thing? Cool. Okay. I need to go to behavior remake. Add-ons, behavior, screen, main screen here. Oh, that's not it. It would be editor, screen editor. This. So it should have. This is an H split container. Okay. H split container. That's what it needs to have. Needs to be. An H split container. Okay. I guess I need the docs. Two child controls horizontally. Dragging enabled. And then the two children. Okay. Okay. So I don't think I can do it twice. I'll just do left. Left side. Let's do left panel. I want a grid container, I think. Whoa. Or if that went to the mic. Dog just barked very loudly. I'll actually put it here. Should be a grid container. And then the other side will be... Well, both of them are going to be scroll containers. But I think I need this one because I need to know what I select. Or I don't. In fact, if I need it, I will put it in there. And both of these need a scroll container, so left panel, scroll container. And then I need to set horizontal scroll mode. Disabled. So just vertical scroll. I'll leave it like that. I should probably use the scene. I don't want to though. Let me see what the defaults are for this. Horizontal scroll mode is default to 1, which is auto. Vertical scroll mode is... I think auto is correct for that one. I'll just leave it like that. Instance grid, and then I would need... I need to figure this editor thing. Yes, I don't need docs. I actually need docs really badly. Behavior does this sort of. Resource editor? Behavior property editor. Get editor for property. Property editor. Editor is a number editor, array editor. Resource editor. I thought I did something for this. number, actually, now that I think about it, probably does this. Dang. I was going to say maybe array. Actually, array should do it. No. I think I used to have it. I think I... Man, I just was hoping to see the code. It's not here, though. But definitely remember when I was testing array, I did specifically find some way to just have Godot give me an editor. That's exactly what it did. Yeah. I'll be right back. Dog is barking. I'm back. Okay. Make property editor container. Resource editor. Behavior main editor. Make property editor container. Property editor container instantiate. Not that one. What do I use? I don't know. Set resource and property. Set editor. Wait, there's reparent? Oh my gosh. I think it's just totally gone. I don't think there's anything there. Because I think how I found it was I was looking through file not found. I must have been looking through the code and trying to find. Is it inspector? It's probably inspector, right? Properties, array, dictionary. GD class. Typically GD class means it's an exported thing or like a public thing, so I can use it, which obviously makes sense because it's probably the one that I used. Editor property array object. Editor property dictionary object. Editor property array. There's UI. Okay. There is no bind method though. Editor okay, well, it's called editor property, so that's probably enough for me to go off. Maybe, hopefully. Because in this case, I am totally fine with using that, because this is fine. Editing that way, that's fine. Editor property. Be added to the inspector. So this isn't the same thing. Ah, this might be it. Instantiate property editor. The object, the type, at the hint. Wide. Sorry. Use my plugin UI to edit the specified property of an object. The specified property. I'm assuming I can just have path be nothing. Just be empty. Let's go to editor, inspector, the code for this method. Should be like instantiate. Okay. Editor, inspector, instantiate. Cool. Instantiate property editor, instantiate property editor, false. Parse property. Inspector plugins parse property. I think I can just pass the whole thing. Let me see if instantiate property editor is ever called with an empty path. I'm assuming this method is used widely by that. Oh, here we are. Oh, there it is. It's passing an empty string. Hey, everyone. Well, I hope you're enjoying the new year so far. I am. I hope you are as well. I took a bit of a longer break than I wanted to, than I meant to, I guess. But now I'm back to it. So, key hint string, usage none. Usage none. Okay, so I just give, it literally just says this. This value type, which should just be object. Or, I guess this is a what is it? I know what type it is. And then an empty string. Okay, cool. So Break's nice. Tends to get, do you want to start work soon? I typically don't like breaks. My break was more the kind that I just took one because of Christmas, and then I just didn't want to go back to work on this. Because I was stuck on the tree stuff, but I figured it out. The random population was really difficult for me to figure out, apparently, but I've made it work now. That that task was making it difficult for me to want to continue. What happens to Iron? Yeah. Instance grid. So I would have an editor for a terrain instance setting. And I would provide a deep copy duplicate of it. Yeah. The only thing is, can I make it so it's like default has something? Set bottom. What? There's got to be like can revert. Revert. That's what I would really like to have. Start learning Godot this year. Fun to slump while trying a game jam. Yeah. The whole thing about instances has me thinking that I should be looking at making a game that has the concept of instances. What do you mean? What are instances of what? Is it? I think I really want this. When the revertability of our property has changed. What? I mean, implementing a game that have multiple instances of an object, spawning multiple instances of trees. Yeah. Okay. I was wondering if you were talking about some kind of gameplay thing. This, I think, is not very difficult. I've made it difficult because I'm adding a bunch of stuff on top of it, but just like having instances, I think is not very difficult. What am I missing? This totally needs to have something where I can... The revert thing. That's supposed to be something I can do. Maybe... that far yet with the gameplay. What the purpose of a game design document that they have sat down to do one. I mean, I guess if I would think about like saying, oh, I want to use instancing and then come up with a gameplay mechanic from that, sure. But you should probably think about like just a game first. And then keep in mind that instancing is always an option if you find a good use for it. In my case, definitely. I'm going to have 100,000 trees and even more small plants, so I need that. Something like that. Is there seriously no? Because the editor property has to have that revert button. Like, what does it do? What does it do? Is editor property from editor inspector? Are we serious? Editor property revert. Get revert value. Okay. One question I forget about partial rendering. Only load resources at on the current field of view. Usually that's handled already. For the terrain, that's already handled, I think, by region. The instances, I believe, are loaded by region, which is, I think mine's probably like a 64 area, 64 meter area. Yeah. Generally, that's like kind of a solved problem in a lot of cases. Unless you're making your own game engine, you don't really need to think about that. Or unless you're doing some like custom rendering on your own side, then you need to think about doing that. But as far as I'm aware, Terrain 3D will deload regions that are not in my field of view. And the Godot's rendering engine handles the multi-mesh instances, so it should already be doing that without Terrain 3D involved. Should be. Because Terrain 3D just really says, create a multi-mesh, and then it sets the transforms and the colors, and that's all it does. Okay, I'm confused. Where is this revert thing? Editor node. That's a static? What? That's static. Oh, object property get revert. Well, there we go. Okay. So instance settings. Yes. Okay, so I would have something like this. Okay. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna have like a private thing up here, or I guess at the bottom, that has a parent. And then what is it? Validate property. Okay. If not parents, leave it unchanged. Otherwise, if the first thing I want to do is, I think, take off ID, enabled, density, minimum distance, like literally everything, like all of these, actually. All of these. I'm going to hide all of these. So I've got ID, enabled, okay. Wait, what? Oh, that's crazy. That's cool. That's really cool. I didn't know that was a thing now. So I guess these should probably actually be like this. Property dot usage equals property usage none. There's no editor, just None. Okay. Get property get revert. Ooh. Property can revert must also be overridden for this method to be called. Well, awesome. It's pretty annoying. Are all of the floats 0? All the floats are 0, except for scale multiplier, that is 1. And then property can revert ID, I think, is a no. That doesn't make sense to be revertible. So and enabled also doesn't really make sense to revert that. Density slope. That doesn't really make sense to revert either, actually. So yeah, but then everything here except for also colors. I'm gonna make it so you can't revert colors. Those are V colors. Yep, okay. Those don't really make sense to be revertible. This is a tool, cool. And then if we have the scale multiplier, this reverts to 1. Everything else should revert to 0. Minimum distance. Yeah, I'm gonna turn off. Oh. I guess. Wait, did I have? Okay. Is it 2? 1. I mean, I don't know. I just have to type these in, I guess. Density deviation. Actually, I should look at the code again. Here. Get property revert. Property get revert. That's annoying. Object. It should be on object. When I see object. false. What about resource? Script instance if script instance property get revert. Return false, return true. Return type is not null. Wow. I can just return null. Okay, cool. I can just return null except for when I want to do something. So if parent return parent get prop get cool. All right, that should do it then. Is there possibly a special variant? I just want to see. I don't think so. There's literally nothing there. That's okay. Just null. Cool, okay. That should be that. Should be able to close that. I'm working here. So let me do this. We're in instance settings. Just set something like the height offset to be 12.23, I guess. And then I want to do var duplicate true, and then instance data parent is test parent data, and then I do editor property. It's going to be editor interface editor inspector instantiate property editor for instance data with I think just that. Oh, variant type. Object. Yeah, it must be object. Okay. Empty string. Property hint. No hint. No string. I don't think this one matters. I think I just do usage. I'll say editor. Wide? I don't think this does anything, to be honest. But I'll just say true, because it will be wide, technically. Okay. And now, what I do is I left panel add instance grid. Right panel add editor for now. Add left. Add right. Okay. And I guess I have to reload the project because it's bugged. Or was it? Was it bugged? Did it just not show anything? Oh, it's popping up. So what was my mistake? Do these need to have minimum sizes? Maybe? Are these vector 2s? Vector 2i? Vector 2? Let's take at least 80. See how that goes. I guess the counter should be 5 now. Should it reset to 0? Nope, it's correct. I just updated it. I have not compiled. Which for a long time there I was, constantly. So does it not work? What? Okay. What was that lag? Okay. Inspector instantiates property editor. Inspector plugins parse property. Okay, let me see. Oh, I think I'm supposed to just go through the properties Yeah, because likely this is doing some kind of recursion. What's happening? Oh, it says usage none. You're the only person I've seen that will go and compile Godot just because you want to fix an edge case. I wouldn't really say edge cases. I feel like every time I've compiled it, it's been to fix something that's, I think, very clearly like a mistake, or to add something that to like round out a feature, I think. The rendering server camera stuff is crazy because you can request information, or what is it? You're given a camera and you can request information about the camera, but there's no way for you to set anything on the camera. So the thing behind that is you can't actually do anything with the information. There's actually nothing you can do with it. You would have to be set. You would only want to write back to it. You do fix things that they don't catch, maybe they haven't thought of. I think, what have I added? I've done the camera rendering server thing. I added Jolt vehicle. I think most of it's just been like opening the API, really. Like stuff that it's already there that's just not exposed. Okay, so key type, where does that come from? Get type. Key.get type. Well. There you go. Oh, it should be... It should be resource type, and then the string should be that. I'm just going to see if none even does anything. I think I have to go through it and manually. Okay, so yeah, now at least it knows. That's just obviously incorrect. So I guess what I really mean to do is go through each of these properties individually and then add them all. Right, so... there's an audio player bug, the loopback. What was that? That's weird. I don't remember that very well. I definitely know I did that. Something like that. Now I want to go see. What was this? Really far back. not browse that much. It's not even there. There's this. That was a big one. I added that. Oh, yeah. Added cache list to prevent reallocating memory for a playback stream on every call to instantiate playback. Align setting back to -1. Yeah, I remember now. Because every time I would try to play a sound, the API is written that you have to instantiate playback. Which I think has like some memory, a big like memory allocation at the front of it. So once I had like 10 or like 150, whatever number it started happening at. Once I had enough guys walking, it was lagging really badly, right? And it was this allocation thing. This instantiate playback was like, yeah, okay. That's what it was. This was really small. That should probably be added. I forgot about that. Did this so long ago, I feel like. Kept calling new instances of the audio player. Like gunfire happened several times in a row. That was the -1 thing for sure. That line there. You couldn't restart a playback too quickly. Or actually, no, every other time it would fail to restart correctly. Yeah. The Vorbis has like a huge memory allocation every time you call it. So doing that cache dodged the allocation. Yeah. I feel like I should really investigate that and see why that's not in the actual thing. Because I feel like you would notice that so fast. There's a hair over here or something. It was probably like once you passed 100 sounds simultaneously, it was like very obvious lag. Okay. I could just remember that I did something, but I couldn't remember what it was. Everyone's gone all in with Godot. I mean, I feel like that part's just weird. I feel like it's not... I think it's really easy to just be making a game and say, all right, now I want 100 sounds to play. And maybe that's crazy, I don't know. People hand roll out fixes themselves, yeah. I'm sure if I was doing a game in Unreal Engine, I would be in the engine every day doing something. All right, for this editor, should be like instance data, property list. Yeah, property list. Yep. Okay. For prop in instance data property list. If property usage and where's the key and rip off out. Property usage I'll just say if it has editor. If it has this, then I do this, right? Instance data. It should all be the same. Property type. The path. Name. The hint. Hint string. I think for this one I just say property usage none. That seems like what they all write, so I'll just do none. All right, what now? If more people use Godot, I guess more use cases or bugs will be found. Other than just used for 2D3D games or things. Yeah, I guess so. I can say I haven't seen any... What? We might get a AAA game from Godot. I think that's actually going to take a long time, and that might honestly never happen. Movie won an award which is done entirely in Blender. The way I see it, once enough money is involved in something, there's this strange need for the people in charge to require using tools that cost a lot of money. And I think that's just a trend that probably will never go away. Which is why I think Godot may never have a game like that. Because it's free. And I mean, I guess Unreal Engine is kind of the same way. But they had already established themselves and they released their game. So I guess unless Godot if Godot were to exist as a company, which I guess it does, I'm not really sure about that, and they made their own game, and they started marketing very hard to executives, I don't think that's ever going to happen. And I think they will never do that. It doesn't seem like that'd be the case. Unless Godot is purchased by somebody else, then there's a chance. It could even happen very quickly. But definitely there's like an idea that if you're doing a serious enough project, you need to... It's not even like you're looking for something that's going to work for you. It's just that you're like, oh, what's that? It costs $2,000 per developer on my team? Heck yeah, sign me up. What is this? It's a free and open source? Get that out of here. No, we're not making that. I need to pay at least $1,000 per dev. Per workstation. Per month. Or it's not like a real game dev tool. Only dream, you never know. Indie games are a cult. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think indie games are very much going to become the future. I think studios would be ridiculous to continue on their current trend of dumping millions into a game that is just like fundamentally flawed. and then hoping that they made enough money back if they did enough marketing. They're eventually going to say, all right, you know what, guys, maybe we should just have like 20 teams of like 5 or so people and just let them make whatever and see if anything good happens. Or large game studios just literally disappear and the only thing that's left is like publishers. And they just search for games and publish your games. Because no one wants to invest in large studios anymore. Wow, I'm really distracted. So why did this not do anything? It like slammed everything up against itself. Oh! No, I know why. Because I'm dumb. Yeah. Left scroll. Right. I forgot how UI works, apparently. So minimum size 80, sure. And then panels are gonna be this one's fine actually to have it like that. This one is not fine. This should be like a VBox container, yeah. I hit the wrong thing. Whatever. It's fine. Sorry for doing. It's fine. It's good to be a little distracted sometimes. Only some companies are realizing now that give people time to work freely and unconstrained. It's more the fact that it's art. Games is like a very artistic medium. They're not necessarily products. But right now they're being treated like I guess almost like movies, I guess. They're being treated like movies. I don't know. It's a really weird thing. I think tech right now is just in a bad spot. I think there's a lot of dumb people in charge. And that's pretty much it. That's the long and short of it. Okay, so it's all here. It's... What is this? Why is it ordered like this? This is really weird. Man, here I thought it would be, like, easy. And it's not. This is really annoying. I thought I would just get this. There's no way that I have to actually build the whole thing. Inspector. Maybe I should look at this. What is this doing? It's true the ones at the top aren't reading the room and they still... I think this is the right call. I think it's mostly the mindset. They got to the positions they're in because they're good at doing something like... because they can invest well, or they were smart with investments, or maybe they managed a physical product company once, or something, or they just were friends with somebody. And that's their experience, is they were friends with someone. And the mindset is essentially throw money at people at a product, and you make something. They don't know what a game is, what it should be. Edit. What does edit do? Edit. 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 100. Edit. Next object. Clear the inspector. Per array page clear. Object. Oh, that's its own object. Okay. Reset the scroll. Connect. Update current favorites. Update tree. Update tree. Update tree. When I can understand, marketers or a people person can sell ice to an Eskimo. They can get people interested in wanting to buy the product out if the product doesn't exist or it's bad. Head start rolling. Yeah. The main thing is they actually still just keep making money. That's kind of the real issue. People who just have money are just like, oh, let me invest in the game. And then they invest. And even if your game doesn't turn a profit, you still made a ton of money. Oh, sorry. Your game is pretty much guaranteed to make a profit because you marketed it enough. So you can pay off your investors. You can pay everyone who worked for you gets their paychecks. Like, money still flows, and it's a really awful game. And then you do it again, and you make money again. And then you keep doing it, and you keep making money. So really, it's just waiting for people to stop buying the bad stuff. Eventually we will just stop buying them. Which is not yet, because I know people who are super into like the latest Black Ops game, and I think it's horrible. This is really a lot of code. Like, you can literally just straight up make an AI game at this point, and people are just going to buy it and play it, and it's going to look like you've made a successful game. We are consuming the slop. Here's one thing I got about that. The worker surviving. I think in tech, unless you're like literally a new hire, and yeah, unless you're literally a new hire I think you can pass up like literally all but 1 out of a million opportunities and still be financially stable. And you don't even need to pass up that many. Oh, this game wants to use AI? I'm not going to work on that. You show up, you get a job, you show up, you find out what you're supposed to be putting in the game, and then you say, never mind, I don't want to work on this. This is morally reprehensible. Or, this is an awful game and I don't want my name on it. I've said before that I think if just the very well off majority of like the tech game industry just stopped working for these stupid games and making these stupid games, or I guess, you know, any tech product in general, it would turn around so fast. They'd be like, hey guys, we literally cannot find people to work on a game. Maybe we're the problem. And I think it's easier for them to say no than it is for like a consumer to say no, because someone has to buy the game to know if it's good or bad. You can work on a game for a month, discover that it's bad, and then leave, and then tell everyone about how awful this game is that they're making, and say, don't go work for this company. You're allowed to do that. You're allowed to quit and say, this company sucks, don't go work for them. They're not making something good. Or even just like, you know, there's a question like, okay, well, how long do you have to work for them before you find that out? Maybe they can just keep hiring people to do like a month worth of progress. I don't think they will ever release a game if it takes less than 2 months for any new employee to discover the full extent of the game that they're making. I feel like it's probably not possible for you to work on the largest game in the world and not know like 90% of what the game is going to be within like a couple weeks. Because you kind of have to know a lot about the game to do anything. Or even just like loot boxes. If they literally couldn't find a single person in the world willing to like develop their loot box mechanic, then the game won't have loot boxes. If no one will do it, it won't be in there. You know? You think of like, oh, these companies are putting loot boxes in games, and I don't like that because it's like they're adding a pay-to-win mechanic. If literally no one was willing to make it, then it wouldn't be there. Someone out there definitely has the money and the experience to do that, and they do it. And the lack of, you know, serious, like a serious mindset, I guess. I don't know. I think if my job was implementing loot box mechanics, pay-to-win loot box mechanics for video games, I would probably stop after the very first one I did. And I'd be like, wow, you know, that kind of sucks. I can't even put this on my resume, you know? Nobody likes that I did this. Everyone is upset with me. Wow, this just does everything. I thought it would just give me the thing, and it does not give me the thing. Can I create an inspector? Back then, I guess you had choice to pick and choose. Right now, there's not much choice. I think now is the most choice. Honestly. For people who are trying to get into the industry, you can still choose what games you work on. Ultimately, people really just want to know if you've done something before. Like, they literally almost don't even care about your education. Have you shipped a game? Yes? Alright, you're hired. What kind of game? I don't care. What did you do? I don't care. How long were you at the company for? I don't care. Yeah, I'm an ex-Blizzard dev. Alright, you're hired. Let's get you started. Tomorrow. What'd you do? Oh, I was in the mail room. Okay, I shouldn't say. That's a little too much. Have you heard of Diesel Knights? Some guy who's an animator by trade made a Titanfall parody. A steampunk dystopia, like a game? A parody? Diesel Knights is a pretty funny name. That does sound funny. A Titanfall parody called Diesel Knights. And I honestly think truly if you want to make a game, you should make a game. I don't think you... In my experience, I don't want to work for a company. I don't. I'm not going to get to make a game that I like. And they're probably going to make me do something that I don't want to do. And I'm going to get paid an incredibly small fraction of the ultimate profits of the game. Almost certainly. Dang, I actually have to do everything. Can I make editor interface? Can I just make I can. Why have I been complicating this? I can just make this. Dog is barking. I went to automatic mode and literally nothing changed? That's crazy. The same movement mechanics to Titanfall. We're gonna adding mechs. Kickstarter across the line. I thought I get your point. If you want to make something, go do it, yeah. I think the people who want to make games because they want to make a particular game that they have in their mind, or even if they just know that they would like to create games, I would say should, but actually you have to make it yourself. You have to. You're not going to get hired because you're really passionate about making a game, unfortunately. No one cares. No one cares what college you went to, either. Yeah, in my experience, it that much is clear to me. Nobody cares. It's not the case where I'm like, oh, you know what I want to do? I want to put fries in the bag for a living. Let me go apply to a couple places and bam, you get the job. If your dream is to sell French fries, you can have that dream. If your dream is to make games, you will not get a job. Right now. Maybe 10 something years ago, sure. Right now, no. You have to make games yourself. What is this? Shorts. Do I know how to use my computer? No, I don't. Okay. What is that comment? Oh, this cropping is so sad. Wait. That really just looks like the, yeah. Yeah. I am lucky. I get to take a very long break from working, from having a job to work on a game. The cropping is sad. This looks just like the, I don't know what they're called anymore. I forgot what they're called. Mantis. Is this a dangerous? No. It looks so much like it. Do they show it sitting down? Sitting? That. I mean, I guess there's like not very many ways you can model that, but that's what I thought of. Okay, now it doesn't look like it. Here it looks like it. That's neat. That is neat. Whoa, 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 whoa. Like, how long did that take? Also, why is YouTube tracking me in my other account so much? I'm going to cook now. This is funny. I expect the explosion of growth he started recently giving devlog updates. Most people just played his game via the public build. 2 years ago. I mean, just that animation is like a lot. I have non-functional movement, so I would say it's pretty awesome to have wall riding. What is this? He just showed a clip of Halo. Was this not a clip of Halo? He totally like was reloading a rocket or something. Oh, okay, that it looked like. Tenfold Indicate with the script. Yeah, I mean it's really cool. I hope he finishes the game and doesn't go crazy. Which is what's going to happen to me. I'm going to go crazy before I finish this game. Community did the marketing for him. One belief that I definitely have about games, which is why I'm even making a game on my own, is that I think if it's good, people will play it. I think Among Us is a cool game. I wouldn't say it's the greatest social game, but to my knowledge, it was created and it didn't like make anything until like several years after it released, which I would say is probably just because they might not have even attempted to market their game, to sell it to people, to get people to play it. Among Us is a perfect example. Yeah. I mean, of course, when I do mine, I'm going to try to make like it known. Try to make it known that it's a game that exists, and hopefully people will like it. But I mean, that guy doing a Kickstarter, I mean, he basically just got funded for like the rest of his life to make games. Even if his game hopefully doesn't suck, he's pretty much funded to make games for the rest of the time. So even just like having good bones, being like, hey, I'm making something that like no one else is making right now, and I think it's really cool. Then you win. Right? You get to make games. He said for Goodwill, yeah. What did I say? Oh, I just figured I could just literally make it. I don't have to do this. I can just do... Editor. It says it's a control, which is weird because it's... Oh, it's already a scroll container. It is a scroll container. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm actually going to turn off the scroll. Scroll vertical? What? Oh. I want to turn off the scroll. And then the right panel. Oh, I didn't give anything to edit yet. Well done. But why does it look like that? It should look like... It should look like... What is that? Do I need to set a minimum? Okay. $1,000. It'd be like mem new editor inspector, mem new editor inspector. Oh. Set v size flag, expand, fill. Use doc hints. True. Set v size flag. Okay. Flag. Size flags vertical. There's a way to do this. Maybe I just have to set it. We'll see you again soon whenever you're streaming. Alright. That off to bed. Yeah, have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. Is there a dock hint? Can I even do that? I guess not. Probably do it in that order. Crash. Crash? Crash? Maybe I can't... Well, I actually really have no clue why that would crash. Maybe it's just a fluke. Crazy rare thing. Crash. Interesting. I mean, it may be possible that it's meant to be used as a singleton. So... Can I? Any statics? That's fine. Plugins. Maybe I have to do edit later. I don't know. Because it looks like it's used in a few places. In that way, where they just make one and then put it in there. I'm gonna assume the edit maybe shouldn't be called right away. And I guess maybe I will comment it out for now and just see if this even works. Okay, so that loads. So it seems like this might be a problem. Oh, you know what I bet it is, actually. It's probably because this is a temporary thing, and this probably doesn't take a reference to it the way that I think it does, or the way that I think it should. This is my guess. As a child. Wait, they'll just do this down here. And see what that does. This dot's really strange. Okay, so I did have to call deferred. And there it all is. Sort of. Kind of. Unfortunately, it looks like this gives me almost nothing. No options. Which really sucks. Because it does have a lot of things that other stuff does with it that I can't do with it. So I guess what I say is actually it should probably be like horizontal. Size flags horizontal. See that? Why? What? What? That's strange. Why does it not expand? Why does it not expand? Also, what's up with like the theme? The theme is really wrong. H size flag expand full. Inspector. Sectioned inspector. Sectioned inspector. Oh no, I don't think about that. Okay. Set use folding. Yeah, like all this stuff is not accessible to me, which is strange. I'm really confused why it does this. Why it has this weird size thing. Right scroll. Oh. That's probably it. Right. All these probably need to have this. There we go. Okay. And now that's there. Awesome. And there's my setting, so if I change it, heck yeah. Now I do want to be able to collapse that, and I want to hide this. That needs to be hidden. So also, yeah, the things are like, wow. Am I gonna compile to get this? I think I am. Because I don't see any reason why none of these can't be modified. I mean, is it really a big deal? Not really. It's not too big of a deal. It's a bit annoying, though. No, it's totally annoying. I really want to be able to modify that. I really want to be able to modify that. Let me first make it hide this other thing. Yeah. Instance settings. What's happening? Name equals. Why are you deleting it? Come on, show me the thing. This was so cool before. It's kind of, I mean, it's almost there, not really. What is it showing? It's showing resource local to scene, resource path. resource name. It's only those now. All right. So now what I want to have is that be collapsible. I want it to look like this. So honestly, maybe I get rid of this variation list at the top. I think it can also make it so the group doesn't even show up as well. So let me do this. But they all appear. So I should just be able to say if the name is variation. I can set the usage to be just anything different, I guess, or just none. Yeah. So the group is technically gone. That should actually just do it. Whoops. I sure hope that doesn't do anything weird. And there it is, it's gone. And then I want that to be collapsible. So I think I want these two. I want folding and I want use doc hence. What? You have 143 and 48 different commits each respectively. What? No, I just don't. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Four, 5 stable. Bump version 4, 5 stable. Oh, I just haven't pushed yet. Git push F. Please. Please just let that be it. Alright, and pray that I didn't just wipe everything. That's not right. Okay, cool. Cool. That was, like, spooky. I just forgot to push when I did that. Alright. Editor Inspector. I would like certain functions to be available to me now. Mainly documents, set use folding. Just those two, actually. Not the one I meant to open. Awesome. Which ones do I want? I want... I can actually make it a property as well. Set use documents. I don't know. Set use. I'll just do this. I'll just make them the functions. Set use documents. And it has to be the method. And then set use folding. Whoa. I don't know what I did there. Update tree true. How do I do default? Just like that. Okay. Was it true? Yes. And for now, that's all I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna add those two. I think it's all I want. I will find out though, because I would also like to collapse them all by default, which may not be the default. They may all be expanded by default. Should be able to add. Which one is it? This. That. Build. Alright, looks like I am compiling today, so. Build. Let me remind myself how this works, because I don't remember. -A. Yeah. Alright, cool. Well, compile number resets today. I thought I'd actually make it. I honestly thought I would make like a get tuner Godot. Why is the follow thing gone? What happened to the follow thing? Did I just hide that by accident? Is that just broken? Refresh. It's broken. Why is follow broken? When did that happen? That just happened. Really? Isn't this supposed to be like really... Is this dangerous? No, there's no way. This is like a totally different browser. There. It works there. Why does it not work in OBS? Also flashbang. I seem to not be able to make it work. What if I did that? Click to refresh. I think OBS is just broken. That must just be an OBS thing. It's kind of nuts. There's no reason why that shouldn't be showing up. Like, I just opened it in my own browser and it worked. So that's OBS. Tough. Oh well. Where am I at? No way. That was that fast? I don't believe it. That's at least minutes for Godot. Godot is always minutes. After it's been a while. There they are. Okay. Nuts. Set use dot hints true, set use folding true is what I do now. All right. And at this point, I don't think I need to... No, I definitely do, because that's like set one time when it loads, so I definitely have to reload it. Oh, nice. And when I hover, awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, nice. All right. Sweet, okay. So that's one thing that I wanted. Maybe that should go on the bottom, actually, beneath, like, the option selection. Okay, well, it's getting there. That's cool. I like that. Man, I really gotta start working earlier. I might have to leave it there. I'm getting that feeling of being mentally out. So, yeah. I'm like, I was like rubbing my eyes and I like feel like I'm falling asleep a little bit. So, that's cool. That's cool though. I like this. This is going well. This is what I wanted. And that idea works. So it will load in as the parent and I can click reset to just bring it back to what it was on the true setting. And I'd be able to modify that and we'll use this to place the thing. It will. And yeah, probably have this go on the bottom. On this side. Out of instance selection over here, then I have the instance setting selection here. So this would be selecting between one of these two. Or I guess the options that are available for the ID. You could have two settings for the same instance ID. So you would select the instance ID and you would see two settings here. You would select one of them and then that'd be like your base. And then you can go in here and you can modify it from the base. And the test was this one. So I said this one to have a custom parent value. If I change it from the parent, I can click reset and it will reset to whatever is in the list over here. That's the idea at least. I mean, it literally will. If I did set it up so it pointed to this, then it would reset to this value. So if I were to change this to 20 and I would hit reset, it would be 20. If I changed it to 10 and I hit reset, it would be 10. Cool. This density though, it'd be here. These ones. Yep. Why are those like weirdly, yeah, why are those acting like that? That's odd. Oh, that's really strange. The reset doesn't work. So I broke that. I mean, kind of whatever. I think I broke that. I think that was me. I think it was me that broke that. Property can revert. This method must return consistently regardless of the current value of the property. How does it do that? Weird. I did break it. That's for sure. Okay, well that one didn't break. These ones broke, though. That sucks. Yeah, I don't like that. That really sucks. That revert doesn't work. This one does for some reason. The only one that works. That one worked. That one did something. This is weird. This is weird. I don't know what it did. Whatever. I'm gonna leave it there for today. This is actually pretty good. I would say pretty good progress. It's gone smoothly, mostly. Not the best progress, though. To be honest. Is it just those two things? It is. Okay. Work on add instance options. Add editor inspector for property for instance adding instance settings. A child copy of the main settings will be editable and can be reverted back to the selected instance settings. Seems to have broken reverting on the main resources. Must fix this later. I looked at it and it looked like it said just passing in null was supposed to go to the default behavior, right? Which would be to use like whatever the default property of the script is. Which unfortunately I cannot programmatically figure that out myself. Only Godot knows that. But cool. Cool. All right. That's it for today. I'll be back tomorrow. Eventually I'll be able earlier and actually get like more than 4 hours. Yeah, thanks for watching. I'll be back tomorrow. Goodbye.